We are back. So, yes, sprint time again. So, yeah, I've been away for a few weeks, as you might have known. In case you didn't know that, I was on the way on vacation, so I couldn't sprint. But it's fun to be back here to sprint with you guys. Also, remember I have to do something. Give me a little moment. I'm gonna go and fix something with the sprint there, and then maybe I wasn't there. I think it was there. I just fixed it so that so only subscribers can chat because I feel like that's kind of the way to do it. Really, I feel like if you want to, and also it says last sprint. Sorry, I have to fix that as well. A little bit of admin. Hide there. Yeah. So yeah, Now the people who are subscribed can join me here. I did have in the beginning. I did have everyone could join the chat, and then I mean that's in the beginning it was fine, but then one day we had a troll. Well, it wasn't a troll, but he asked like, "What's this?" And I suppose that's a legitimate question. But then they also asked, "What do you sit here to read? What do you like to read?" And I suppose they didn't maybe want to make it. Maybe they didn't want to be rude, but it felt a bit rude. And so I decided afterwards to do the kind of what is kind of normal thing to have like subscribers can join the chat really. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. Yes. As usual, I have not really had any breakfast, so my plan for the first sprint is to have a bit of breakfast. I have made myself a cup of tea. That's not the tea. It's made, but it's not. I mean, you have to wait. I mean, you can't. I feel like we like tea and coffee drinkers seem to be quite different because for tea, you usually have to wait a few minutes before you start to drink it. But then with the coffee, um, it kind of feel like people like they buy coffee and then they drink it after 2 seconds, and I'm like, what? Isn't it so hot? I mean, coffee is well, unless it's iced coffee, it's supposed to be hot. Like with me, with a tea, I can't drink it when it's just been boiled. I have to wait a bit. But the coffee drinkers seem to be superhuman. I don't know. It's weird. Maybe it's the coffee drinkers who use milk, but I think it's not just them. I don't know. Yeah. Anywho. So yeah, the first sprint, I'm gonna have breakfast. I suppose usually it's just me being not lazy, just me having slow mornings because I often do kind of slow mornings. I don't really do things quickly in the mornings, depending like on if I have to. Like if I have to, of course I do it. But if I don't have to, like I can easily just stay on bed for an hour. But actually today it was kind of different because I actually had a nightmare. So I woke up, or I feel like maybe like in a way kind of woke myself up because I feel like maybe I did that. Because yeah, anyway, I had a dream about. It's kind of embarrassing. I had a dream. I don't remember what happened in the beginning, but like after a while, I was picked on by birds, and not like a dinosaur or like uh, uh, and now I'm forgetting words for birds. Not like eagle, not like a big scary bird. I think it was just kind of like uh again words. Måke. It's one of those city birds that was just kind of pecking me. And I feel like it just was just kind of the sensation of being pecked by a bird. And like I suppose even though the bird is small, being pecked with by like the bird's mouth. What's what's the bird mouth's called in English? Yeah, you know what it is. Anyway, it was scary. I know, of course. I mean, I suppose the sensible thing would be to walk away, but I feel like for some reason I couldn't walk away. So yeah, I woke up. It was like 4 in the morning, and but I was a bit kind of scared to go back to sleep, which you kind of are after you have nightmares. At least I am. But then I end up um then I said, okay, I'm just so tired. I have tried to sleep again. So I went to sleep again. And then when I slept again, I didn't have any nightmares again. So that's nice. Because that does happen. Sometimes I go to sleep, have one nightmare, um, wake up, uh, and after a little while sleep again, and have another nightmare. Those are the worst nights. Yeah. I don't like them. So yeah, that's not fun, really. Um, yes. So yeah, that's kind of how my day has been so far. Uh, yeah. Uh, but like yesterday was a nice day. I had hung out with Livia and her friends, and also yesterday evening I went to a book club. And usually for book club we often meet in the evening, sorry, in in the late in the month. But this book club we ended up meeting early because, well, I suppose we had to reschedule for June. And kind of thought, well, some of us are back from vacation, so why not do it early August? So we did early August. And then the place where we usually go, they had a quiz yesterday, and we planned to just have book club. But to sit there and do book club and like talk about books and talk about the book, or like, because usually we talk about the book for like 5-10 minutes, and then we often talk about books in general, and then talk a bit about our lives, and then also what book are we going to read for next month. But it was kind of difficult to talk when the quiz thing was happening. And first we said, no, we're not going to do the quiz. And then every one of us went to buy something. I got hot chocolate. It was very tasty. And then I saw one of my friends from book club said like, yeah, no, we're going doing a quiz. When I came back to the table, we had a quiz there. And like, yeah, we're doing a quiz. And I kind of thought, yeah, yeah, why not? Like, it wasn't a big pub, and when you're gonna hear that going to have the quiz over the uh, stereo system, and then they're talking about the quiz, and we're just going to talk about our own stuff. I mean, it's kind of difficult to combine talking about your own thing while someone's saying like, "What is the button?" Yeah. So yeah, so yeah, and then ended up being a music quiz, and actually had 3 rounds, which I felt was kind of interesting. I feel like a lot of quizzes have 2 rounds. Well, because I do like quite love going to quizzes, so I have some experience with that. But then again, there are some places who do 3 rounds as well. So, and I feel like also it's kind of different when it's music quiz, because then you just put on some music, and yeah, you don't have to ask like, could you say the question again? But sometimes people ask, can you play the music again? But that never really happens. I don't really think you can do that. Not sure. Anyway, the first round. So yeah, I said 3 rounds. The first round started with summer songs, which was nice, but then most of them I hadn't heard about. So it's like, what? What? Like, you have weird music taste? Like, I thought I knew songs, and then the first round was just like, I don't know music, because I didn't know most of the songs really. So we just did a lot of guessing really. And yeah, other people on my team didn't really know stuff. So like, a nice enough song. We're just gonna have to make something up here. So that was interesting. And then because like there was like different themes within the round. And then the second theme, so the first theme was summer songs. Second theme was songs with apples in the title. It's like, oh, what? It's weird, kind of weird. And then the second round, there was a theme with the baseball covers. It's a band from, I would say, like 10 years ago. I'm not sure they're still active, but they were active like 10 years ago, where they did like 50s covers of modern songs. Check it out on YouTube, they're great. I love them. I have the CD someplace. Yeah, I still have CDs. So yeah, so I knew all those, and then there were and then also in the second round there was like a round of uh kind of concentration because the first song you only heard 10 seconds of. The second song was 8 seconds. Then it was 6 seconds, 3 seconds, and 1 second. So it's like, how am I gonna do this? But I think I actually got all of them right. So that was fun. That was quite fun. And then the third round, I think for me was kind of the best. It was so fun. So we went like a time machine. So all the songs from the third round were old songs or older songs. So the first five songs were from 1986, which I didn't know all of them. I knew some of them. And then the second theme was 2006 songs. And like, so you had Daniel Powter, you had Sean Paul, all these classics from my childhood. And then you have 2016, and yeah, that was kind of the three. Because yeah, you had five, 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 and yeah, we end up getting 69 points in total, which I feel like that's not too bad. I quite like that. So yeah, it was a fun quiz. It was kind. I mean, we because we met like 6:30, and then seven the quiz happened, so we didn't really get to talk about the book for a lot of time. But it happens, and it was a nice evening. I quite enjoyed it. So yeah, that was fun. I also have like as a bucket list to try more quizzes around yeah on pubs, different places. I have two that I go to regularly, but I kind of want to try more of them. So it's kind of fun to like yeah have tried that one. And then also at the end, he's the quiz master or like the quiz responsible person said that see you in a month. So that was kind of weird. So apparently that quiz only happens monthly. I think most quizzes happen weekly, but yeah, this one apparently happens monthly. So yeah. Okay, let's get to the chats, and then I think I'm gonna start the first sprint because my stomach is saying food, 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 food. So yeah. First, it's just the chat is open to everyone, which is kind of weird because that's what it says when I click on the chat being open for subscribers. And then I remember a few weeks ago I had to double check it, but it was open for subscribers, not for everyone. So what it says for everyone, because that's not what it is. It's for every subscriber. I don't know. And then Olivia said hi. Hi, Olivia. Nice to see you here. And then Olivia's getting ready to go out. So yeah, I might see you later and hope you get to do all the stuff that you need to do. And yeah, then I'm thinking we'll just go into the first sprint. I'm gonna find the banner. Ba-ba-ba-bum. As usual, yeah, I am lazy, so I'm doing the same minutes. I might change it during the fall, but right now it's 32 minutes. So yeah, see you then. Well, also give me a little moment. Yeah, I just remembered because I have Lacey. I have Paula on in the background, but she has sound on her, so I thought I'm just gonna mute her while I'm touch a bit because having the I suppose you could have the sound of her in the background. I'll turn it off. Okay. So yeah, how did that sprint go? Did you do the things that you wanted to do? Did you do some reading? Or did you do some lunching? Well, I suppose. Well, yeah. I think it depends. Some people have lunch like around 12, at least here on the way. Some people have lunch around 1. Depends on what you're used and whatnot. But yeah. So how did my sprint go? First I planned to like go straight into eating breakfast because my stomach was honestly saying like food. It was just growling so loudly. What did I do? I put on a podcast that didn't really listen to it. I went on Snapchat, I went on Discord, I went on Instagram. I did everything except have the breakfast, which I don't know. Sometimes I'm just such a silly adult. I'm not adulting enough. I'm not adulting right. Like I'm hungry, but I don't eat, which is like what? Because I don't have a reason. Just because. But yeah, in the end, I did eat. So yeah, that is done. I had some tea. Of course, like I did make the tea just before the first chatty bits, and then I completely forgot about it. So when I got to it, it's like, oh, my tea is kind of what's it called? It wasn't cold, but it wasn't warm either. Do you? Sorry, I think it's actually the same word in English. Lukewarm, isn't? Don't you say it's luke? In Norwegian, you say lunka or lunket. I think it's kind of you can also say luke in English. Correct me if I'm wrong here. And also, I just saw that I still have the sprinty on. I should put that away because we're not sprinting right now. We're chatting. There. So yeah, I did have some slightly cold tea, but it was still good. So yeah, enjoyed it. And then after that, after that, I went over and checked out Paula's sprint. She was sprinting at the same time as me, but she's not chatting at the same time, so that kind of works out perfectly. So yeah, I hang out in her chat for a bit. First, I found her sprint, and I thought it was like the sprint, and then turns out she has two sprints at the same time. Like it's her first time doing sprints, and she's somehow managed to make two of them, but they're like both on her channel. So after a few minutes, I went to the right one, and then yeah, everything was right in the world. And yeah, so that was nice hanging out in that chat. In the beginning, it was kind of me and Livia and people, and then people went away, and then it was just kind of me and Paula talking. But that was also nice. And yeah, and also in between eating breakfast and hanging out in Paula, I did say hi to Paula, but in the beginning when I found her, she was still doing a sprint. So I picked up my book. Yes, I did. So, what am I currently reading? I am doing a NetGalley book called The Phantom's Favor by, I'm gonna give you the author because that's correct way to do it, by Marcus Fell and Jason Crumbine. It is a NetGalley, and as usual with me, NetGalleys, it's already out. It came out in July. I know the kind of idea behind NetGalley is that like you're supposed to read some weeks before, or like maybe post a video or like post a review a few days after it's out. And here I am in August reading it. But again, I feel like, I mean, it's not like I'm the only one on NetGalley, so the book has probably gotten some reviews. It's just gonna be late with me. But yeah, I'm working on it. Okay, I'm working on it. Like my goal for August is audiobooks because audiobook August, which Olivia is doing. I'm also doing Arc August because I have NetGalleys to read. So yeah, so that fits in with that. And in addition to that, I'm kind of trying to finish some bingo boards that I have around different places. And as usual, it's kind of me like kind of wanting to like finish some books because yeah, mood reader me. I start all the books and then put them away because reasons. So I want to finish some books I have started. Among them, give me a moment. 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 Okay, so now I have a little bit of a currently reading or update for you guys, if you're interested. I did also talk a bit about this in my August TBR, which is going out in a few minutes. Have filmed it already, but I thought, why not do it live right now? Because why not? So yeah, the books I'm wanting to finish, quite a few. I actually have more than these I have started, but I have some that I kind of want to focus on. Hmm. We have, sorry, Army, can't spell treason without T, which was the book club book in June. Sorry. Then we also have, because of reasons, we had two book club books in June. So we also have the Phoenix Keeper. I have started both of these. Have I finished them? Have I gotten halfway through them? No, no. Yeah. So yeah, those two I kind of want to, but I also feel like at least I feel like it's kind of like giving me, I don't know why I'm hiding it. Boom. This kind of giving me cool vibes, and right now it's raining, so cats and dogs outside, so kind of feel like this kind of very much fits right now. This, I suppose, this could be one ever vibes really, but yeah. Um, and actually, I've gotten further in this than I have in this, so yeah. I'm also reading Sir Kelly and the Champions of Helston. Uh, I started this back in May, I want to say. Familiar with May? Yep, yep. And I have gotten like a few chapters into it, but I just kind of stopped because I don't remember why. I just did. But yeah, I do want to get further into it. Then we have You Were Mine to Be You Were Made to Be Mine by Julianne Long. I always gotta have historical romance on the go because historical romance girly. That's kind of where I'm very much at the moment. In addition to other things, but yeah, love me some romance. Spirit Glass by Ushani Chokshi. This I've gotten like, how far I've gotten into it? 60 pages into, so I feel like quite a lot. But yeah, again, I haven't continued it because shine books. So yeah. So there's those, and then yeah, I also have Mask and Shadow by Stephanie Burgess. I think I started this back in April. So yeah. lots of books to finish. But in a way, at least with me, I feel like when I've started a book, it's kind of easier to finish it. Then like, so it's kind of feel like if I have lots of books that I've started but haven't finished, I often feel like it's kind of it goes faster to read them than it does to pick up a new one to read. I don't know if that makes sense. Like even though like often I've just read 1 or 2 chapters, so why it would go faster to finish a book than it would be to start a shorter book? It's just something mentally with my mind that kind of gives that vibe, really. And often, like, also often, I've just read like 1 or 2 chapters. So yeah, I don't know. Um, then I have some buddy reads that I'm gonna do. Well, I suppose this one also works for both categories because Lucifer, Djeveltinget by Sturle Brustad. It's a Norwegian book, as you might have guessed. Well, Lucifer is English word, but like Djeveltinget, it's Norwegian. First in the middle grade series. I got this from the author, so that was fun. It's coming out in September, I believe, September or October. So I'm doing a buddy read with this with some people on. I know what happened there. With some people on Discord. We're starting that next week. But I did already like read a few chapters before I started to do the buddy read in August. So yeah. Um and yeah, sorry. I also just started Butts, a Backstory by Heather Radke. This is a non-fiction book all about butts. Butts in history, butts in media, in movies, TV series, whatnot. So yeah, I'm right now just at the introduction, but I'm enjoying it so far. And I'm also doing The Secret Life of Lady on audiobook. But I got this a few weeks ago, so I now have it as a physical book, so I can show it and talk about it and like push this wonderful book into your lives. Like such a beautiful cover. This is a romance historical with a mystery or like spy elements. So yeah, check it out. And then I also have another buddy read happening soon. Kjærlighetens idioter of Emma Hamberg. This is originally a Swedish book, and yeah, it's just like I think it's like a romance, but also with like I believe it's a library story or bookstore story. I'm not quite sure, but like this cover, I don't really need anything much more than that. I believe so. Yeah, I haven't like planned when I'm doing that, but I'm doing it soon. And then we also have Mord under solen, a cozy crime by a Swedish author. This I said I was going to do the buddy read, which happened a few weeks ago now, but I couldn't join it then because I didn't have money then, and I was abroad, so I couldn't get to the book in the library, whatnot. And often this is a new book, so often new books have long waiting lists in libraries. I think this one also does. So yeah, but I still want to read it, so I'm gonna read it now and kind of daydream about sun Italy, and then have my give my thoughts in the Discord because I mean you can give your thoughts after the official Buddy Read has ended. So yeah, and then I think I might read this soon because I'm looking so much forward to it. Anstendighet, Løfter i sand, number 5. This is the 5th book in the series. It's historical romance. We're also drama and mystery, and well, mystery. I would say it's more historical drama and romance. It's set in the 1800s in Norway, but there's also things happening in Denmark, Sweden, around Europe, and yeah, I'm just loving it so much. This juiciness, this at times it feels a bit like a soap opera, but it never goes too much there. It's always like it's never too much. It's like always on the right side of the edge there. I feel like sometimes there could be too much, like too much drama, and that's like I like drama, but that's Yo, what's up? Drama. But the drama in here, I feel like it's done in a good way. This, as I said, is the fifth book. I believe so far it's just out in Scandinavian countries. Sorry, guys. But hopefully it comes out in other languages soon, so you can also enjoy it. But yeah, this is the fifth book. It's gonna be a series of 8 books. So yeah. And yeah, I suppose that's kind of my book update right now. Um, yeah, let's see that chat, and then we might go to new sprint because I've been talking for a while. Hermie also wanted for me to talk about my vacation a bit more. I might do that in the next sprint. But yeah, let's do first the chats. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. We have Paula saying hi. Hope my sprints go well. Come on. Sometimes I hope Paula's sprint's going well. Hermie joined and then hi. And then Hermie's getting his bills to a therapist done so they can go out later and have fun, which sounds nice. Is it sunny over here, or how's the weather over there? Is it nice? And they hoped I had the rest of my holiday was nice. And yeah, it was very nice. I said hi, Mary. I said chat a bit in 3 minutes. I mean, it ended up being a few more minutes because I had to go to the loo, and then yeah, too much information. Well, I didn't say what I did. And then Paula said hi and great timing. And yeah, it's great timing when we both sprinting at the same time, but different chatty bits. Perfect timing, I would say. Not great. Perfect. Well, perfect, great, kind of the same, but yeah, well, perfect is better. Yeah. Hermie, speech and language therapy done. And Isabel's now playing the iPad game for a little while. Yeah. Sounds like you've done your stuff. Good. And Hermes said they can say lukewarm in English. Yeah, okay. So it's the right word. Sometimes, well, some words are the same in different languages, or like more or less the same. Like the Norwegian word for title, like a book title, like a movie title, is titel. The Spanish word for title is titulo. So like it's just so similar. But then other times some words are just completely different. So it's kind of interesting. And also, like, I'm very much into language. Like, I like words and language and whatnot. I'm a bit of a weird person because I like weird person. I like language. I like cool words, fun words like kerfuffle, flabbergasted. I like nice words in Norwegian as well. I like old timey words, that kind of stuff. I'm not that into grammar, but I like words. And also like at least in Norwegian, I feel like most languages, okay, sorry, most European languages, the the history of the word is either based in Latin or it's based in Greek, and then sometimes it's a new word that comes from German or Spanish or whatnot. And for me, it's kind of interesting, like, why did we take this book from Latin? No, this word from Latin, and we took this word from Greece? Because, I mean, they probably all had words for stuff. Interesting. I suppose some things like democracy. It's from Greece because ancient Greece had democracy. Though, did they? Did they? There was quite a few people who didn't have the voting right there. But yeah, I suppose the basic idea was the ancient Greece. Yeah, but like other stuff, why do we use Greece, the Greek word and not the Latin word? That is interesting, I feel like. And then Paula has so many books they start and don't finish. Yeah. And they're hoping to tackle that. I've thought about tackling that, but I feel like no. I'm always going to be a mood reader. I'm always going to start books and then forget about them, or start books and then remember other book that I have to prioritize and whatnot. So I don't really think that's ever gonna change. Really, I don't. For me, that's not gonna change. Maybe to try to not start so many books. Like right now, I think I have 80 books according to Storograph on Country Reading. But again, I don't know if I could do that. I don't know. Yeah. So try to like finish all the currently reads by like by the last day of December and then start the new year with zero currently reads. I don't know. Maybe I could do that. I don't know. I wouldn't. I like kind of continuously try to like every few months I try to like, okay, Renee, now pick up some books you've started and try to finish them. Even then, like I don't force myself to finish them because I'm a mood reader. I have to be in the mood. But yeah, that just kind of helped me like make my make my currently reading smaller. So that's kind of how I do it. And then Hermie said I have a nice cover. The nice cover of the probably the tea book or the. Did you mean this book? Or did you mean this book? I don't know. But yeah, they're both nice covers. Yep. Um. Da, 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 da. Covers are beautiful. Yes, they are. Hi, Hermie. I don't know, for some reason, feeling my lips so weird. Yeah, anywho. Hi, Paula. Paula, by the way, why your username is Lacy Reads, but you go by Paula? Is it Paula Lace? Or if you want to give me that the answer to that, that's kind of I'm kind of curious there. Hermie likes butts. Yeah, the butts book I found it through Goodreads for the Goodreads Choice Awards. I feel like often the books that win there are often like why did that book win? But still, I feel like I feel like the first round there, I feel like oh that book this year, that's a book that exists. I feel like I often get some new books added to my TBR from like the nominees and whatnot there. So I like that. And yeah, it's just yeah, wanky, but like I feel like it's just so cool that someone decided to write a book all about butts. Like people say that books are boring. Yeah, there's a book all about butts. So yeah, I don't know. Books in general aren't boring. Our book could be boring, but books in general, yeah. Le sorry, Paul likes the mix of genres. Yeah, I talked a bit about this in your chat, but yeah, kind of the reason for my username, the Librarian of Alexandria, is that I love history, but also because we had a student organization when I studied that was called Alexandria because of we were library students and like the big library is the Library of Alexandria. The old joke that all librarians are still sad that that library was burned down. And also, in case you don't know, the Library of Alexandria, because I know some people are watching from around that might not know this. It's an ancient library in the ancient times in Egypt, like at the same time as the pyramids. And they actually tried to have like all the books in the world in one library, kind of like Google before Google, or like kind of like internet before internet. It sadly got burned down, so that's quite sad. But yeah, so yeah, the like idea was to have all the books in one place, and I love to read everything. I read. I don't read a lot of science fiction, but I read some of it, and I don't really read horror. But other than that, I read more or less every genre. So yeah, if you're gonna hang out with me here in my sprints or like in my videos, you'll see everything. I'll have again words. As with most people, I'll have periods where I read lots of one thing, but like most of my TBRs will always be like a mix of stuff. Most of my wrap ups will be a mix of stuff, and yeah. If you want a recommendation, I have a recommendation for more or less everything, I would say. Uh, it is sunny but cool. Nice, nice. So we've kind of giving you the normal Norwegian because we had sunny here some weeks ago. Well, I suppose you also had sunny weeks ago, so I suppose you still have sunny. Paula loves word origins. I do too. I just heard that there's a new book coming out in Norway all about etymology. Etymology is like this fancy word for book all for word origins. And I think this was like an etymology of Norwegian book places, Norwegian place names. So that's fun. This is the same guy who's written two books before. He wrote one book about, I don't remember what it was. Yeah, one on an entomology book, and then the second was about love entomology, like love words. And both of the books are like 1,000 pages long, so they're quite chunky. I believe maybe the love book is quite smaller, but like still, this new one is also going to be 1,000 pages long, so it's going to be a trigger. So yeah, if I'm gonna buy it, I might get it from the library. If I'm gonna buy it, maybe. Yeah, Hermie likes words too. Kerfuffle is a good one for sure. Grammar is hard. It must be harder than when you do more than one language too, though. Yeah. Honestly, for me, like language in grammar in any language, like it's not like I'm good in grammar in Norwegian. Me and grammar, we're not buddies in any language. I think, well, I suppose I think I might be kind of good in Spanish grammar because I feel like that kind of has a bit of a logic to it. Well, I feel like English and Norwegian, it's just kind of like there's a rule for that and that, but then there's 1,000 exceptions. So it's like it's not really a rule, and it's not. It's and if you ask like why is it like that? It's just you get an answer because it is. So, but like in Spanish, if a word ends in a, it starts with a preposition is la. If the word ends in l, in e, the preposition is el. So that way, it's kind of easier because you have it in the word, and also it's kind of fun. Like have in Spanish, you know a lot of stuff from like one word. For example, vamos means let's go. In English, that would be two words. In Spanish, it's one word. It's several people going together. In Norwegian and English, you had several words for that. In Spanish, you do that in one word. And yeah, I quite like that. A nice cover was Can't Spell Trees Without T. Yeah, I agree. That's a nice cover. Yeah, they go by Paula. The handle is Lacey reads as Lacey is their surname. Oh, is Lacey a surname? I thought like Lacey was a first name. Well, I suppose some people in the Anglo-Saxon world has like Scott as a surname. So like you have weird last name thing is not that all the word names in Norway are that logical either. We don't always do that either, really. So yeah. Okay. I've chatted and talked to the chat now for half an hour. I'm thinking we'll go into a new sprint, and I'll see you again in 72 minutes. I will hide, and I will put there. Happy reading and doing. And we're back. So, yeah, during this last sprint, I went over to Paula's because she had a teddy bit when I did sprint. So, yeah, talked to her and in the chat there for a bit, and that was nice. And then I don't know if you saw it because, I mean, before when I started sprinting back in March, I think, yeah, ever since I started sprinting, really, I've often been outside reading because it's been so nice weather. Or maybe sometimes I've been sitting around reading. I've rarely been in front of the camera, but today I decided to just sit here in this chair reading. So you might have seen me reacting. And yeah, I'm loving because I'm holding on phone because it's my ebook. I'm reading it on my phone and I'm just loving it so much. So Phantom's Favor, it's a urban fantasy adult book. So there's magic, there's spells, but there's also a magical police. There's lots of swearing. There's it's a urban fantasy with crime elements. So in the very beginning, well, I suppose I didn't tell you it's a fantasy police. So yeah, in the very beginning, it starts with them finding a body, a John Doe. They don't know who it is, but they do know it's something magical here. Well, they kind of assume it's magical because they find the body, but no head. It's headless. And yeah, it's yeah, and they, just from the get go, it's just very boom, boom, boom. It's just very quick moving, very good pace in it. And there's some different characters. There's some hinting at what happened in the first book. As I said, turns out it's the second book. I didn't know it when I pushed read now because there's read now book on NetGalley, but still, I am very much enjoying it. And I feel like it's probably one of those series where it's a different mystery, but it's the same main character solving the mystery. So I feel like I wouldn't really need to read the first book. Maybe there's some talk about the colleagues, co-workers, but I feel like I'm not really missing that much. But yeah, I'm loving it so much. It's very funny. Yeah, honestly, I feel like it's kind of. Have you seen Brooklyn Nine-Nine? I know if Hermie is around, they have seen it. But yeah, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, if you've seen that show, that's a cop comedy, which is not really that much happening. Often cop shows are like drama or like, yeah, more drama based. But yeah, Brooklyn Nine-Nine is much more of a comedy sitcom. That just happens at a police station. It kind of feels Brooklyn Nine-Nine, but with magic. It's very funny at times. And yeah, I'm just kind of getting that vibe and loving it so much. Phantom's Favor by Marcus Fell. Yeah, it's actually a true author book. Marcus Fell and Jason. I'm gonna double check it and write it down so you can check it out because, as I said earlier, it's already out, so you can find it for yourself. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Like you can't not give me a moment. Um, Jason Crumbine. I'm gonna write it down so you can check it out. Phantoms favored by Marcus Fell and Jason Crumbine. There. So yeah, that's me during the sprint. Also I did want to, I'm gonna talk a bit more before I get to chat because sometimes it's fun to hear myself talk, to hear my voice. I don't know because I want to. So yeah, Hemi asked like what happened during the rest of my vacation. I talked a bit to Hemi in the beginning of my vacation because I've been away 3 weeks. So just to give the others a bit of a heads up, a bit of a catch up, Paula. In the first 2 weeks of my vacation, it was me and my parents. We went traveling around Sweden, south of Sweden. So we went a few days in Småland. We just kind of went for different places just by the border. And then we went to Gotland, which is a Swedish island. It's pretty big. It used to be under Denmark. It's been under Germany. It's been different places really. And yeah, we spent 1 week in Gotland. we went some days we went to Visby, which is the capital. It's one of those places where there's like, and it's a big island, but it's like, and there's several places where people live, but it's kind of, honestly, it's officially just one town. Visby is the capital and like the town, but it's very charming. Um, and so we lived in Visby. We had some days when we just went to Visby, and then some days when we went the around the island. We went to different beaches. So it was nice. It's kind of weird though. Most of the beaches we found had like it was very long. Again, I'm thinking about talking about this when I gone back. What's the word again? When you sea and it's not deep. It's the opposite of deep. Shallow. Is it shallow? I think it's shallow. Anyway, it's like was you could walk for a long time in the sea, so that's kind of interesting. So you couldn't go for 2 steps and then swim as you usually do. You have to walk for a long time and then swim. So I suppose I would say the beaches in Gotland, I would say they're pretty well suited if you can't swim or if you're like if you're a kid who's just learning to swim. For adults, it was kind of like sometimes I just ended up walking outside in the sea, just standing there reading because you could just stand there reading because the sea was just always like a bit like it was just always like this small. Like it never went above my knees. So that was just strange and weird and well, different. So yeah, and then also yeah, and then yeah, Gotland was we went there for a week. It was lovely. And then after that, we went back to the mainland Sweden, and we went to Mariannelund, which is where we met my rest of my family. So the reason was why we were there together is because my dad turned 80. So we all celebrated by staying together in an Airbnb for 1 week. Me, my 3 sisters, their family, and my parents, and also nieces and nephews. So that was nice. We went to Astrid Lindgren's World, which is also behind Pippi Longstocking. So you had Pippi Longstocking Theatre, you had Ronja Robertsdottir Theatre, Emil Theatre, lots of theatres based on the movies and stories. And yeah, love that. And then you could like walk around, see the houses from the movies and whatnot. And yeah, it was just great. We went there for 2 days, and then we went for uh, a sort of bathing place for 2 days. It wasn't a sea; it was a lake, and that was also lovely. And then we had one day where we just celebrated my dad, had like lots of eating, speeches, games, whatnot. And then yeah, time flew, but it was a great week. And then like sometimes it was just like my nibblings just went walking around like auntie, auntie, auntie. I seem to be a favorite auntie of theirs, which is nice. At times it's kind of like, my God, you're 6 and 3 and 4, and I just want to sit here in a good chair and just read a bit. But like, there's always kids around. This is why I can't be a mom myself because I like kids in doses, but like in small doses. Uh, but yeah, and also like a lot of time they did play with each other, so it wasn't like all the time in my face. But yeah, yeah. Also in the very beginning of the vacation, the first day, I found Book Lovers quiz book, and I just like yes, yes. I love quizzes. I love books. Give it to me. Of course, I had to buy it. So yeah, very excited to have this book. And I also on the vacation in before Visby, sorry, actually in Visby, the place where I spent the longest time. I found. Give me a moment. I'm just gonna. Yeah, I found a dress. It's just lovely. It's just so blue. I love blue. Blue's my favorite color. I suppose in a way I should have. Well, I used to love blue and use it all the time. I'm actually a natural blonde. Uh, I'm a Nazi stream person, have blue eyes and blonde originally, but I kind of like being redhead. But yeah, I would still have the ice. But yeah, I just still love this type of blue. I found it in a great store. They had lots of nice dresses. It was like one of those stores that kind of like fancy because it wasn't mass marketed. They had was a local designer or whatnot. So I mean, it has pockets, which I love. But also because of the fanciness of the store, I actually had to pay like over 1,000 kroners for it. And I feel like the difference between kroners and euros, I feel like it's actually you add a number, so I feel like it might actually be like 10,000 euros. So it's a lot, but I'm gonna use it. I just love. I mean, sometimes some things are expensive, but like if you know you're gonna use it, it's kind of worth the price you're paying for it. So yeah, I just love this so much. I did play with the idea of buying two dresses because they had so nice dresses, but I thought, Renee, it's beautiful, you'll love it, but two expensive dresses, don't be silly. I did buy a moment. It's hair spongy, which is the same uh, pattern as the dress, which yeah, kind of like it. Kind kind of nice to like match it together, or use it together. So yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to go to new. Oh, go to new. I'm going to read the chats because Paula is soon going to. Well, soon. When is she having such a bit? 17 minutes. Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna do the chats, and then I think we might go to new sprints. I mean, sometimes people have new things to say while I read the chat and whatnot. So I'm gonna start with the chats. Yeah. This was me in the beginning of the sprint. Just telling you guys, I was walking around like, oh, sometimes you see me walking around being all flabbergasted. And yeah, I had have 1,000 lip balms, but they're all hiding because yeah, I felt like my lips were a bit dry. I kind of wanted something on them, so I just looked around like, so many. Where are they? And I'm just like said, they're hiding. I'm not messy. They are hiding. Yes, I know I'm messy. But yeah, I don't really think I can ever be unmessy. I'm kind of one of those people. I don't really like to clean. I don't really like to have it clean around me, honestly. Like I'm far from minimalist. I I wouldn't say I'm a hoarder. I suppose maybe I'm a hoarder with all my books. Like I have four bookshelves in my living room and two in my bedroom. Look, I suppose how would you define hoarder? I don't know. Like hoarder because no matter how messy my apartment is, I can always walk around. I feel like when you're watching TV shows with hoarders, you can always know they're hoarders because there's stuff everywhere, so you can't move around. I feel like that's a hoarder. I don't know. Maybe I'm just giving myself too nice of a thing. I don't know. And as I chatted a bit in 8 minutes, that's the idea there. And Paula's happy I'm enjoying my book, and it sounds great. And you love Brooklyn Nine-Nine? Yeah, I love it too. I was late to the show. I didn't finish it. Watched few episodes. I think like in 2020, and then I saw the rest in 2023 or something. But yeah, I love it. And then we have the name of the book, Phantom's Favor by Marcus Fell and Jason Crombine. Uh, and yeah, sounds like a nice, good vacation. Yeah, I would say it was. Also, the downside, which it would be wherever I have, like if I've been to Sweden or Denmark or like wherever I've been. The only downside is that Fantastic Four premiered while I was away, and I'm like, I can't say it. So, and also, Jane Austen, screwed my life also premiered, and like I want to see it. So many good movies, and I haven't been able to see them because I've been away. So yeah, my kind of plan is to kind of catch up on some movies. So tonight I'm going to see Fantastic Four, and then this weekend I'm going to see Freak Friday, which is just premiering. Next week I plan to, and I kind of think I might try to see also the Jane Austen movie. Oh, Jane Austen's Good with My Life. And I think next week I might try to see the live action How to Train Your Dragon movie. I also want to see Naked Gun. So yeah, there's so many movies, and soon the Materialist is coming. I've still kind of been looking out for like is just check if Brideheart is coming to Norwegian cinemas. It looks like it might not be, but I want to see it. But yeah, it looks like it still doesn't have a cinema date in Norway. So yeah, moving on. Paul loves a quiz book and one on books. It's amazing. Yeah, I actually already have one on books. It's the Penguin book quiz book, and I'm also that person. So like 2 years ago now, yeah, 2 years ago, I actually made my own quiz book about books because I felt like there's no quiz book about books. A few months later, I found one in a used bookstore. But still, I mean, I feel like at least in Norway you have new quiz book out every year. You have like summer quiz, you have Christmas quiz, and you have quiz based on like different things. But you have never really have a book quiz book, which is just why. So yeah, I've made one. It's in Norwegian, so sorry. But yeah, and Paul loves the dress. Oh, blue's always your also your favorite color. Yeah, blue's a great color. I like this blue color, though blue version. But I honestly kind of my preferred blue is light blue. But I suppose this is kind of like a medium blue, I would say. But yeah, and I also have this one which is dark blue, but it's still blue. And yeah, love it. It's not hoarding if it's books. Yeah, I kind of agree. I feel like honestly, I kind of feel like I don't know. Because it also goes into their own like old conversation. What is hoarding or like what is capitalism? Like if you buy lots of stuff, it's not good. But if you buy lots of books, it's good because you could use the library. You don't have to buy all the books that you read and whatnot. But I feel like, and also like, I'm so smart. I like books. I feel like it's kind of elitist to say that books doesn't count as stuff and doesn't count as capitalism and whatnot. But then again, like people say all the time that reading makes you more empathetic. It makes you a person that uh, have more patience. You have better, like, you have better mental health. Like, it's so many good things to do with books. While, like, if you buy lots of dresses, it's not really the same. I feel like, yeah, I don't know. They find Paul finds some movies, then periods of no movies they want to watch, and then suddenly all come out. Yeah, they're kind of similar. Sometimes all movies come out at the same time. Very much the thing. I feel like, yeah, and that's I feel like there's no movies coming out, and then I hear about because I always like in addition to books, I love movies, and so I also like following some people who talk about movies on or films on YouTube, Real Rejects, and then also uh, Capes and Cows over at Kristen Harloff, and then also The Break Room. But um, yeah, so many people. And also, I feel like sometimes they often do like next what's coming up in this year or like this summer. I'm looking for this in these movies. And like a few weeks ago, like I don't know any good books, movies, and then I come up with a new video. I'm like, oh yeah, that one's coming in, that one's coming, that's coming. Oh okay, I'm gonna be broke. But yeah, Paula thinks books and reading are seen as a positive thing. I think that's the difference. Yeah, I suppose in a way. I do feel sometimes people talk about how like reading is so important. You need to read more, and I mean that is good. Like people say like reading makes you uh know more words, though sometimes I often still forgot things. Yeah, I'll just also do that. Well, I suppose I can just so just FYI, Paula. I kind of often sprint for many hours. So I'm thinking, as I said, I'm going to go to the cinema tonight, but I live close to one, so I'm going to be sprinting for like 4 more hours. So yeah, a few more hours. So I'm still gonna be here. So yeah, you can easily link me if you want. But yeah, as I said, with books, I feel like some people talk about how books is so important because it makes you a better person and blah blah blah. People talk about how you become more words because the grammar the vocabulary enhances and whatnot, and I suppose that could be true. But I do know some people who read a lot but still don't know a lot of words, so that's not necessarily true. I feel like also, like, if you say like books makes you smarter, better, blah blah blah. Yes, in some ways, yes. But like with me also, like me personally, I'm like, in general, I love his stories. I love books, but I also like movies. I also like TV series. I like podcasts where people talk about stuff. So I guess feel like most things are stories in some ways or another. Really, it could be a story about people, or it could be a story about, well, fictional people or factual people, but still stories. And like, yeah, with me, I have learned lots of stuff when I've just watched TV as well. I feel like people talk about how TV is so bad. You can learn from TV as well. So yeah, that's just kind of my 2 cents from it, really. Um, and yeah, Paula said, "How long am I streaming?" At she's on her last sprint. They're on the last sprint. I don't know, so I'm gonna say they. So if I'm continuing, they'll add my link. Yeah. Oh yeah, as I just kind of said a few minutes ago, I'm streaming a few more hours, so I'm still gonna be here. But yeah, I think that's kind of been again me chatting for half an hour. I think I'm gonna go to another sprint, and I will see you in 32 minutes. I'm gonna fix that. Good moment. Hide that. We're so what happened this sprint? Um, I've been a silly banana. So I have like well, maybe I read like 4 pages, and then except that I've been well, I was in the last part of Paula's Tetubit, her last Tetubit, and then also Didi started sprinting, so I've been in her chats and seen her. And other than that, I'm kind of in. Well, I did a bit of stretching like 10 minutes ago because I was feeling a bit need for a stretch, which, stretching is important. I had actually planned this morning to go for a little walk before sprinting, but this morning it was raining so much, so that was not an option really. Well, I suppose you can walk in rain, but I feel like there's a difference walking in a bit rain or walking in lots of rain. So yeah. Now it's not that rainy anymore, but I'm here with you. So maybe I'll do a small walk in the next sprint. Maybe. I could do that. I do to buy some stuff from the store. So, well, yeah, I mean, does that count? I mean, the closest convenience store to me is like 5 minutes away, so that wouldn't really be a much of a walk. But yeah, yeah. Anywho, yeah. Um. So yeah, there's that. Also, give me a moment. I thought I would show you my newest jigsaw puzzles that I got from on my vacation. Also, a little bit of a fun anecdote. As I said earlier in the sprint, I went on vacation. Well, I've been on vacation 3 weeks now. Just got back. I went to Sweden, and I found this one store in like the old town, and the town was for like a week. It was kind of like a geek store, kind of like Forbidden Planet if you're in the UK. I don't really think you have an equivalent in the US, but like, yeah, a store where you had fantasy books, you had role playing, you had board games, you had science fiction books, those kinds of stuff. And yeah, they also had a section of jigsaw puzzles. They had, as you would expect, some jigsaw puzzles of things around Sweden. I did No, I didn't buy this in that store actually, but a different store. But yeah, but it's jigsaw puzzle related, so I'm still going to say this anecdote. So yeah, there was some jigsaw puzzles with princesses, some with dragons, some with Sweden. Yep, that's all legit, fine. Then saw some jigsaw puzzles of places in Norway. It's like, why is there places in Norway on these jigsaw puzzles in Sweden? Doesn't make any sense. It's got what? Did the supplier have like a sale? Like, why would you sell jigsaw puzzles of Norway in Sweden? I mean, you can go to a store in Norway to buy like a jigsaw puzzle of Perry or London, New York, those kind of obvious places, cities. But I feel like having a jigsaw puzzle of a place in Norway, like buying that in Sweden, it's weird. It's fun. It's weird. And it wasn't like they had a jigsaw puzzle of Oslo, the Norwegian capital, or they had like one of the Norwegian mountains. They had, well, I mean, they didn't have like a house that was typical Norwegian. Like it was like a Norwegian place. One of them was I think it was, yeah, I'm mixing up. I think it was either Karmøy or Kragerø, which is two small places in Norway. It's like, why do you have this here in the store? And then there was one of Old Stavanger, which is a place close to where I live. It's like, cool, but also, what? What? Paul doesn't have a wrench, but I can put in Lacey's channel. Well, I suppose you could also just go by because Lacey did. I mean, like, can't you just go in and chat and kind of click through there? But I can link her video. I can do that. Link her channel. But yeah, so I did buy some new jigsaw puzzles while I was away. One of them became kind of big, and I went on a car trip, so I suppose I had place in the car. But yeah, this took a bit of place, but yeah. This is the biggest one. It's 1,000 pieces. It is. I'm gonna give you a good view of this. So this was a view that we had in Visby, the big city, as it says there. Sorry, there. So it's the main place in Gotland, the island where I went to, and yeah, just so beautiful. And then we have a moment. Then we have our one with 200 pieces, a pirate ship. I'm kind of thinking it is. I'm assuming, thinking, yeah. And then we have these cuties with 100 pieces. Well, yeah, sorry, 200 and 100 pieces. And yeah, so excited for these ones. I think I might, because I want to start a new jigsaw puzzle soon. I'm not sure if I'm going to do one of these shorter ones. I do also have some, actually, some kids jigsaw puzzles that I bought used, Disney based. I might do one of those. I'm not sure. I'll decide. I'll decide when I'll decide. I think I'll do that Friday, another day. I thought instead for kind of doing today, but like today I'm focusing when I'm trying to focus on an ebook. So if you're doing ebook, you can't really do jigsaw puzzles. Sometimes I do audiobooks, and that to me is kind of very well linked with audiobook and jigsaw puzzles. It's just perfect combination for me at least. So yeah. I also had yogurt because I was kind of getting a bit hungry. So yeah. So other than that, yeah, I've been also kind of walking around singing that Superman song, that song from the Superman movie. I'm a punk rocker, yes I am, because I saw the beginning of a video before my, well, in one of my sprints, and then afterwards, that song has just been going on in my head. But yeah, if you haven't seen Superman yet, watch it. It's amazing. Parts of it, honestly, was even for me a bit scary, but in those parts, just close your eyes or just like see with one eye, and then yeah, that will work itself out. But it's an amazing movie. Needs to be seen in cinema. It's just amazing. Um, yes. Other than that, yeah, let's go to the chats because I know we have some chats to talk about. To read. Blah 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Where are we in the chats? We are Milton, yeah. First, I can go there. Well, yeah. And then we are there. Lacey asked how long I'm streaming because they wanted to link me in their sprints in case I was streaming for a long time. And yeah, in case you don't know, I usually stream like 7 or 8 hours on Wednesdays because it's fun. Like it depends a bit. Sometimes I do 6 hours, sometimes it's 7. I think most of the time it's really 7. Depends a bit, but yeah, around there really. And then Jen showed up, saying hi to me in the chat. We'll be listening to Just for the Summer while on work today. Hope you are all well. I feel like everyone is reading Just for the Summer right now. I read it back in early July, June. I read it before, and I also have a review up on it on it. And yeah, I loved that book. I said hi, Jen. And I said, doing great, because she asked what I'm doing. Olivia asked when the next chatty bit will be. And I answered. She said, thank you. And then Olivia is also reading Just for the Summer. everyone is reading that book, but it's an amazing book. It's kind of fun, like how suddenly, randomly, everyone's reading the same book. Maybe it is a bad read for some people, but I don't know. I don't think everyone's doing it, but yeah. Then Hermie said, "Hi, Mr. Chatterbit, but how did the weekly check-in with Hope? She might help me with movement, but sure does help me with it. Oh, she might not help you with movements, but she helps you find hope that you need as well." And parents name the well. Yeah. Yeah, nice. Hope is your therapist, isn't it? I believe it is, but I might, yeah, just double check in there. We'll probably be out and about by the end of the sprint. Thanks for the sprints, and hope the rest of your day is lovely. The same to you, Hermie. The same to you. I said, see you later. And then Didi showed up, said hi. I hope everyone's having a wonderful Wednesday so far. That's a great way to say, not are you having a good day? A wonderful Wednesday. And yeah, it's a Wednesday. And for me, I would say it's wonderful. It is. I can't really complain. Can't complain about myself. I haven't read more than a half. But I suppose this morning I read like one chapter, and now I read like 8 chapters. So could be worse. Could definitely be worse. I said hi, Didi, and then I said can't complain. Great book and amazing people in chat, which is the truth. Lovely. And I said chatty bit in 5, and then Jen showed up, got 37% and just for the summer, and chatted in Didi sprints as well. Yeah, I know. I saw you there. Oh, then I went a bit long. Give me a moment. Paula listen to music to relax after sprints. Going to have lunch in the next sprint. Yeah, yeah. I mean, first sprint can be a bit tiring, and at least for me, I feel like even though sprinting is fun, often with sprints, like afterwards, I kind of need a bit time to breathe and whatnot. So yeah, I can do get understand listening to music after sprinting. I do understand that. Wouldn't I was kind of like after my first sprint, I kind of ended up just sitting there in silence, just kind of wanting silence. But I do also want to get listen to music. What did you listen to? The radio, favorite music, or what did you listen to? Curious about what you did listen to. And then Jen asked if Paula can share a channel. Jen couldn't find it. And then said Paula. I mean, it's easy to say lazy when it's lazy reads, so easy to say wrong. And then Jen, no worries, Jen can share as no wrench. And yeah, and then I will fix that. Hope Hermes. I think Hope is Hermes psychotherapist. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it's a therapist person related person. Well, doesn't necessarily feel tired, but definitely need to decompress. It's kind of the same thing. Between being tired and needing to decompress. Isn't that kind of the same? What's supposed to mean tired is like you need to sleep, and decompress is just like slightly tired. Yeah, yeah. I suppose maybe it's one of those words people use different ways. Yeah, curious. And you listen to a playlist on Spotify. Sounds nice. So just kind of general different things. Yeah. Fun fact. I mean, you might know this, some of you at least know this, but I'm just going to tell people who don't know this, Paula, and people who might be watching who aren't in the chat, who are just lurkers. I don't really have a Spotify. I'm old style. I use if I listen to music I don't have, I use YouTube, but I also use radio. I still use radio, and I still have a CD player. Well, sorry, I used to have a CD player. That stopped working like a year ago but I still use CDs. I've never I've never gotten a Spotify account. You might ask, like, what? You like music? Yes. I don't know. I suppose I could get a Spotify account, but I just kind of think like I have so many accounts here and there. I feel like another account would mean another password. And yes, some people use a passwords different places, but like yes, but you shouldn't really. And I don't know. Yeah, I just don't have Spotify. It's a quirk I have. Quirk, but yeah. Paula says decompressing as needing to rest mentally and process. Yeah, so you kind of need, time for yourself to like sit and breathe a bit. But like tired is kind of more in the bones, like more you're tired. But decompressing is more like sitting in the corner, a bit silent, or just kind of yeah, probably. Paula likes vinyl. Cool. I don't have vinyl myself, but my sister has a vinyl, and my brother-in-law still has a Walkman, which I feel like is kind of fun. But also one of my other brother-in-laws still has a vinyl player. So yeah, I have some some old style people in my life. So yeah, I do get that. Yeah. So yeah, that is all the chats and all the updates from me. So I'm thinking we're gonna go to another sprint. See you in another hour or a bit over another hour. I am back, but also I have to fix there. There, I'm back. I know I said 5 minutes a long time ago. I can't count, and yeah, it's my channel. 5 minutes turned to 8. It works, doesn't it? I think it does. So yeah, this last sprint, I end up. Well, I read I think maybe 3 pages, but yeah, I was still feeling a bit like so I went to the store. I well first I was going to the store to get groceries or things for the house, important stuff. But I ended up deciding to instead go first to a secondhand store because we have two of those close to me. So I found one book for a friend of mine because she has a birthday today actually. But yeah, she celebrates on Saturday. And then I found one book for Christmas. Yes, I've started my Christmas shopping. Well, okay. So the thing is, me and my family were doing Secret Santa. Secret Santa. We started doing it last year, and we're doing it this year. Um, I'm not saying anything more than that because maybe my family ends up seeing this video. They usually watch my videos, except like sometimes, but maybe they do. So I'm not gonna say anything more than that. But my whole family likes used stuff, so it's not like, oh my god, I got something used. Because that's a tangent. That's just something interesting, at least in Norway. Sometimes you like before Christmas or like before just kind of random whenever, they have like um again words. They have like these polls, so like they interview people and ask them, would you um would you like to get a gift that's used, like a gift from a used bookstore or used store, or like if people buy something on eBay, would you mind getting a gift used? And they say no, they will be fine. But they're also asked if they give stuff that are used, and they say no. So see, that a lot of people want to get used, but they don't really want to give it. I think they also often say that they feel like if they buy something used to people, sorry, hmm, for people, they might think that, my God, you're not giving me something new, you're giving me something used. No, which is kind of weird because people say that they want stuff that are used, so they just think everyone else doesn't want it. I don't know. I suppose the smart thing would really be to like have a conversation with your friends and family before Christmas or before uh, gift gift giving times and like ask, do you mind? Do you like used stuff? Do you want to get something used? Or what do you think about that? So if you talk about it and everyone agrees it's fine, go ahead and do it really. So yeah, I have started my Christmas shopping. Why not? Now it's done. I also got this smoothie, little smoothie. I've been feeling peckish still, so I thought, yeah, I'm gonna buy this one because it can't help when you're slightly hungry. And when I got home, what happened? Yeah, I'm thinking my period might be coming. So fun. But I had an idea that it might be happening. So yeah, still, it's here. I'm not completely surprised. So yeah, and I also before all this actually, I made an Instagram post. Well, I took Instagram pictures, then I got home and then posted it. So yesterday, a friend of mine posted about the books the book series they are currently reading that aren't finished. And I decided to do same post myself. I have done that on YouTube, but I don't believe actually I ever done that on Instagram. So I thought, why not? So yeah, I have I believe maybe around 15 series actually that I haven't finished. Series that all the books are out. I just haven't finished them. So yeah, quite a few there. Um, I think maybe there was one book series that I didn't include, but that's kind of like I'm thinking I'm not sure I will finish the series. So like I'm not including books where I have read a book in the series, but or some books in the series, but I don't want to read more because that's not really part of the issue. Dilemma is it? Dilemma, but yeah. But yeah, so that's interesting and out there on Instagram if you want to check it out. I know Paula watches me, is following me on Instagram at least. I don't, well, Paula from Family and Books. I don't know if other Paula is, but yeah. So yeah, there's that. Let's get to the chats and see what's happening in what's been going on in people's sprint. And yeah, I also went a bit in Paula sprints and also Didi started sprinting, so I was there, yeah, doing my sprint. Yeah, I linked to Paula's channel, Lazy Reads Paula, and then Paula said thanks, and then I linked to my own because I have a video up about Just for the Summer that I read earlier this year. So I thought I'll post that one because we talked about Just for the Summer because everyone is reading it at the moment. It feels like in a way, and then I just said what it was, Just for the Summer video. I think maybe I touched a bit on spoilers, but I think mainly it's non-spoiler review. So check it out if you want. And I said going to the grocery store, so you knew what happened to me. That I wasn't kidnapped or become invisible. That I went someplace. Well, you would see me walking away, but yeah. And then I said talking in 5. And then Chantal dropped by. Good morning, Renee. Popping in to say hello and poop to like it. Thanks, Chantal. That is nice of you. And then Chantal is saying, make sure you say staying hydrated. I am. Be sure to hug the like button. And while be there, be sure to sub. Well, I suppose you would have to have subbed already, really. Well, I suppose you can watch me and not be subscribed, but you wouldn't be able to talk in the chats. But yeah. And then Paula dropped by, playing sprint tag. Yeah, lots of people sprinting today, like all through the day. Like in the beginning it was me and Paula. Now it's me, Didi, and other Paula. And yeah, so nice. And Paula is watching the new series of Wednesday. Nice. I haven't seen season 1 yet. Well, I mean, so much TV. And yeah, and like today I've been focusing on my book when I haven't been distracted by life and other stuff. I feel like no, I feel like something happened, but then it didn't. I don't know. Yep. So should we just go in to another? Yeah, I'm thinking we're just gonna go into another sprint because yeah, well, let's just do that. This turned out to be a shorter strategy bit. I suppose is there anything other things I can talk about for you to listen to my nice beautiful voice? No, you know what? No, I kind of want to do a sprint. Let's do a sprint. I suppose if you want to, you could join the sprint. You could answer the question: do you have many series that you're currently reading? And by that I mean series that aren't series that are finished, that all the books are out. You haven't read them all, but most of the books are out. I'm curious how many you have. We're back. So yeah, this sprint I hung out in Paula's chat. She started sprinting. Well, she has sprinted. Yeah, so she has sprinted for a few hours. I also kind of felt a bit tired. Started to feel, yeah, a bit tired. So I'm thinking that this next sprint will be a last sprint. First, I thought I'll do two more sprints, but now I'm thinking I'm going to do one more sprint. I suppose. Yeah, I'm going to do one more sprint. So yeah. I also the sprint I also knitted a bit, so that was fun. Um, and yeah, I read a few pages. It's been going a bit slow with my reading, but still, all in all, like as I said earlier, when I picked up the book today, I had read one chapter, and now I read like 8 chapters. So I'm quite happy. I had kind of hoped to finish it today, but still, like being at page I think I'm at like page 70. Let's check it out. I believe I'm getting a good part into it. I'm at yeah, page 60. But it's a 222 22 page book. So I feel like if I'm like, yeah, if I'm 60, if I tonight end up at page 100, like that's halfway through it, I feel like that's pretty good. And again, of course, I'm not gonna force myself to finish it, but like it's nettgaley. And also I am enjoying it. I'm just feeling a bit tired and iffy, so yeah. Yes. So that's that really. So yeah, let's go to the chats. Some things have been happening here. Um yeah. I asked in chat how many book series are you currently working on? And then I said happy reading without the HA, but yeah. And then said fisticuffs. Love that word or word. It's just a yeah, I love that word. It was used in my book, but yeah, it's just such a lovely. Yeah, it's a fun word. I love it. And then I said 5 more minutes, which turned out into 8. But yeah, again, it's me. And then Jen will be in a meeting when I come back. So right now, and she got 50% in just for the summer. Really enjoying it. Yeah, it's a great read. Paula's been working on the graphics for the channel and planning the first couple of videos. Going to be filming your first one tomorrow. You haven't have check. Did I? Don't you already? Am I just being silly? I thought you already had some videos out. Maybe I am confusing you, thinking of someone else. Give me a moment. There you are. You. Well, I suppose, of course, you would know yourself how many videos you have out. But yeah, okay, fun. So you have sprinted, but you haven't had any videos yet. Fun. Um, I think, well, probably not this, but I think a lot of people very much like the booktube newbie tag. And other than that, I would say kind of if you do like a tag all about your favorite books, could be fun. A tag a video all about your favorite books, that could be fun. Yeah, maybe talk about something you read. I know I'm giving you ideas when you didn't ask for them. Sorry. But yeah, I feel like it's also fun to have videos you could talk about books you read this summer. You could do a video. Personally, I love underrated books, so talk about some books that you don't feel get enough attention on BookTube. That could be fun. But yeah, that's that really, and that's the last chat. Yeah, as I said, thinking this will be the last sprint, but it's been a fun day, and yeah, and I think this next sprint for me, actually going to be watching some BookTube. Feeling like, yeah, as I said, I'm feeling more period is more like saying, I'm here. I want to crush. Like, I know someone said once that a period is kind of like your uterus trying to kill you once a month. And honestly, I feel like sometimes that might feel true. I mean, yes, some people faint when they have a period. I never faint, but I sometimes have quite like it helps with a parasite, but like paracetamol. But still, it's no fun before the painkillers get in. So yeah. And then Paula loves the ideas and advice. Yeah. So it's gonna be fun to watch your videos. Paula, when you finish them, film them. And I suppose if you, I mean, it's always up to you. But myself, I love tag videos. I've done a lot of them. I also actually created quite a lot of them. So if you want any ideas, and I've been on BookTube for 6 years. So if you want any ideas, just check through my channel and you just post whatever you want to do. And then Paula says, take time to rest and treat yourself. Yeah. So yeah, let's get into our last sprint. So yeah, this last sprint I watched Sarah's video. Well, I watched one of them and then saw the other one. Sarah from Core Moods, and she was talked about over at Paula's sprints. I'm gonna link her down below because, well, I think people in no, I'm gonna link her because even though people might also be in Paula sprints, they might not be. So I'm gonna link. Give me a moment there and there. So Sky Angel, who has been in Paula's game trivia, mm, joined and did a channel. She already has 3 videos up, so that's nice. So yeah. Mm, so yeah, there's that. I talked about it on Snapchat. Took 2 paracetamols, so hopefully they'll kick in soon. Because I'm still feeling eh, yeah. So yeah, fun. Um I don't really know what else to say. Yeah, you might be thinking, Renee, you haven't really had any food in a while. What are you gonna do about dinner? I'm gonna go to the mall, which is like 15 minutes that way, and buy some dinner because right now can't be bothered to make something. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I know you shouldn't always buy stuff. You shouldn't make stuff you haven't, blah blah blah. But this time, just realized that I'm thinking that, well, not quite sure. I think it's next week or around next week that I'll get new money, like more money. I get money once a month from the states. I'm a welfare princess. No, but yeah, I'm a spicy welfare person. You could say new spicy. I have a video about that on my channel. You can check that out. Uh, but yeah, so I get money next week ish. So I feel like, yeah, I mean, you can't buy stuff can buy food all the time, no. But sometimes it's fine as long as it's not a big habit. So yeah, let's check out the chat and then we'll go. Mm, yeah, I said last shorter sprints because I have the banner I have is of shorter last sprint is 40 minutes, and I thought, yeah, I'll just have a shorter last sprint. And then we had a person spamming, so that was fun. So I blocked them for 5 minutes. Yeah, for 5 minutes. Now they're back, but yeah, I was like, yeah, I suppose you could think that just saying that people have to be subscribed will make trolls go away, but trolls could subscribe. So yeah, right now no one said like I'm ugly, we're ugly, but still like just coming in my sprint and saying support some random map pride. I have no idea what that is. It's weird. Like if it's like support Barton Noble with something, but it's just random. So yeah. Um 5 more minutes instead of it was me. And then I linked Sarah's video or Sarah's channel. And then Olivia is listening to The Pairing by Case McQuinson. Are you enjoying it? Because I've heard mixed things about that book. Though, yeah, I heard mixed things about that. I think like some people said like they felt like it was very spicy and I didn't really want that much spice. And I suppose that's not really a problem to the book. I think that's more problem to the marketing. If it's not marketed as very spicy. And then Paula said that went quickly. Yeah, it's also shorter sprint. So yeah, and also time goes fast when you're having fun ish. And thanks for the sprints. Thank you for being here, Paula. And also, again, you did a great job earlier, Paula, with your sprints. They were nice. It was nice to sprint, chatty mix with you because when I chatted bits, you were there. I mean, you chatted bits, I was with you, and yeah, so it worked. Like yesterday, when I saw you sprinting, I was like, "Oh, sprinting at the same time. We're both Europeans. That's not cool." But then, yeah, it worked out all fine. But yeah, yeah, I'm just gonna call it a day. And next time you'll see me, I've had seen Fantastic Four, and I'm looking so much forward to it. I just feel like it's gonna be the best. I love it. Olivia is curious. Is questions? Oh, um, I don't know. Just question mark. Okay. And then Paula said it was nice this morning. Yes, it was. And then YouTube is being weird with you. Oh, because you posted a question mark when you weren't supposed to? Probably that. Weird. YouTube is weird sometimes. Sadly. So yeah. Yes. Did Paula see your comments? I know you. I mean, you just said you were listening to the pairing. Oh, do you mean the comments in Paula's chat earlier? Or do you mean are there some comments in my chat that aren't there? And then Lacey didn't see them. So probably in Paula's chat. Yeah, no fun. And yeah. I'm just gonna call it a day, and we'll see you next week. Bye. I don't know.